Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the frozen wastes of Nordheim, where glaciers towered like ancient fortresses and the aurora borealis painted the night sky with ethereal fire, a lone figure stood atop a snow-covered hill. Thorn, the last of the Frostborn clan, gazed out over the desolate landscape that had once teemed with the life and laughter of his people. The wind howled a mournful dirge, whipping his fur-lined cloak around his muscular frame. Thorn's piercing blue eyes, the color of glacial ice, scanned the horizon. Where once stood proud longhouses and bustling marketplaces, now only ruins remain, half buried beneath the ever-encroaching snow. A plague, swift and merciless as the winter storms, had swept through the Frostborn land. In mere weeks, it had claimed every member of Thorn's clan, leaving him the sole survivor. The memory of their fevered cries and glassy eyes haunted his dreams, driving him to the brink of madness. As Thorn prepared to descend the hill, a shimmering apparition materialized before him. It was the spectral form of his grandfather, clan's revered shaman, Thorn, last son of the Frostborn. The spirit intoned, its voice like the cracking of ice. Your journey begins. Seek the source of eternal life in the far southern lands. Only its waters can restore our people and drive back the darkness that threatens to engulf the world. Before Thorn could respond, the apparition faded, leaving him with a vision burned into his mind, a hidden valley, lush and green, where a crystal clear spring bubbled forth from ancient stones. With renewed purpose, Thorn gathered his meager possessions. His mighty war axe, Frostbite, hummed with latent magic as he strapped it to his back. With a final glance at the ruins of his homeland, he set forth on his quest. For weeks, Thorn journeyed southward. The endless snowfields gradually gave way to dense pine forests and then to rolling hills. The further south he traveled, the more the world changed. Strange birds sang in trees heavy with unfamiliar fruits, and the air grew thick and humid. It was in a bustling border town that Thorn's path intersected with destiny. As he sat in a crowded tavern, trying to make sense of the cacophony of languages and smells, a commotion erupted outside. A young woman burst through the door, her violet eyes wild with fear. "Please," she gasped, "someone help me. The Magus Order, they're after me." Before anyone could react, a group of robed figures stormed into the tavern. Their leader, a tall man with a face like carved granite, pointed an accusing finger at the woman. "Lyra, renegade apprentice," he thundered. "By order of the High Magus, you are to be brought back to the Citadel for judgment." Thorn didn't understand the intricacies of southern politics, but he recognized injustice when he saw it. In one fluid motion, he stood, unsheathing Frostbite. The axe's blade gleamed with an inner frost, the temperature in the tavern dropping noticeably. "The lady," Thorn rumbled, his northern accent thick, "doesn't seem to want to go with you." What followed was a whirlwind of action. Lyra, proving to be no helpless maiden, unleashed bolts of arcane energy that sent the Magus Order's acolytes scattering. Thorn's axe sang as it cleaved through magical barriers, its frost magic nullifying the southern spells. In the chaos, Thorn grabbed Lyra's hand, and together they fled the town, the shouts of their pursuers fading behind them. As they caught their breath in a secluded glade, Lyra turned to Thorn, her eyes shining with gratitude and curiosity. "Thank you, stranger, but why did you help me?" Thorn shrugged his massive shoulders. "Where I come from, we protect those who cannot protect themselves. It is our way." He paused, studying her. "You are a mage?" Lyra nodded, a shadow crossing her face. "An apprentice. Or I was, until I discovered the Magus Order's dark secret. They're not the benevolent guardians they pretend to be. They're planning something terrible, something that could plunge the world into darkness. As Lyra shared her tale, Thorn felt the threads of fate tightening around them. Could this darkness be connected to the plague that had decimated his people? He told Lyra of his quest for the source of eternal life, and to his surprise, her eyes lit up with recognition. The source. I've read about it in the ancient texts. It's said to be guarded by the primordial spirits, beings of immense power. But Thorn, if it exists, it could be the key to stopping the Magus Order's plans. And so, an unlikely alliance was forged. Thorn, the last frost warrior of the north, and Lyra, the renegade mage of the south, set out on a perilous journey to find the source of eternal life. Their path was fraught with danger. They battled ferocious chimeras in the shifting sands, outwitted the riddling sphinx of the Forgotten Pass, and braved the treacherous peaks of the sky-edged mountain. Throughout their travels, Thorn and Lyra grew closer. He taught her the ways of his people, how to read the stars, to listen to the whispers of the wind, to find strength in the harshest conditions. In turn, she shared with him the wonders of magic, teaching him to see the arcane currents that flowed through all things. As they neared their goal, the land began to change. The air grew thick with mist, and ancient trees, their trunks wider than village houses, blocked out the sky. Strange, luminescent creatures flitted between the shadows, their eyes gleaming with primordial intelligence. Finally, they emerged into a hidden valley that took their breath away. A waterfall of liquid starlight cascaded down crystal cliffs, feeding a pool that shimmered with every color imaginable. This was the source of eternal life, but they were not alone. "I must thank you," came a familiar voice, "for leading us straight to our prize." From the mists emerged the leader of the Magus Order, flanked by his most powerful acolytes. His eyes gleamed with triumphant malice. "You see, Lyra," he continued, "you didn't uncover our plan. You were part of it, a beacon leading us to the one thing that could make our power absolute." Lyra's face paled with the realization of her unwitting betrayal. Thorn gripped Frostbite tightly, its blade beginning to glow with frigid energy. What followed was a battle that would be sung about for generations. Thorn's northern battle rage met the sophisticated spellcraft of the south. Lyra, torn between her past and her newfound loyalty, unleashed magic of unprecedented power. The very earth shook as primal forces clashed. Trees were uprooted, boulders reduced to dust, and the sky itself seemed to crack with the intensity of the conflict. In the end, bruised and bloodied, Thorn and Lyra stood victorious. The Magus Order's leader lay defeated at their feet, his grand ambitions turned to ash. As the dust settled, the waters of the source began to glow with an inner light. From its depths rose shimmering forms, the primordial spirits, guardians of the world's greatest secrets. Thorn of the Frostborn, Lyra of the Southern Realms, they spoke in unison, their voices like the harmony of all creation. "You have proven yourselves worthy, but beware, the gift of the source comes with a heavy price. To save your people, to stop the darkness, one of you must become its new guardian, bound to this place for eternity." Thorn stepped forward without hesitation, but Lyra caught his arm. "No," she said softly, tears in her eye. "Your people need you, Thorn. My path led me here for a reason. This is my atonement, my true purpose." Before Thorn could protest, Lyra stepped into the shimmering waters. There was a flash of blinding light, and when it faded, Lyra stood transformed. Her eyes shone with the wisdom of ages, her form ethereal and timeless. With a heavy heart but a clear purpose, Thorn collected the waters of the source in an enchanted flask. As he prepared to leave, Lyra, now more spirit than mortal, approached him one last time. "Go, my love," she whispered, her voice carrying the echoes of eternity. "Save your people, and know that I will be watching over you, always." Thorn's journey back to Nordheim was swift, his path cleared by Lyra's lingering magic. He returned to find his homeland still gripped by winter, but not abandoned. Survivors from other clans had gathered, drawn by an inexplicable hope. As Thorn administered the waters of the source, life bloomed in the frozen wastes. The plague was driven back, and the Frostborn began to rebuild. But even as he led his people into a new era of prosperity, Thorn's thoughts often strayed to a hidden valley in the far south, where the guardian of the source kept her eternal vigil. And on nights when the aurora danced across the sky with particular beauty, he could almost hear Lyra's laughter on the wind, a reminder that true love knows no boundaries, not even those between the mortal world and the realm of spirits. Story 2. In the shimmering realm of Avaloria, where crystal spires pierced the clouds and enchanted forests whispered ancient secrets, a storm was brewing. The grand halls of the celestial palace, once filled with the melodious laughter of courtiers and the soft rustle of silk gowns, now echoed with accusatory shouts and the sharp clang of armor boots. Queen Alaun, known throughout the land as the protector of the realm, stood before the High Council, her emerald eyes blazing with defiance. The golden crown that had rested upon her ebon locks for 2 decades now lay on a velvet cushion before her, its jewels glinting accusingly in the flickering torchlight. "Your Majesty," intoned Lord Varian, his voice dripping with false sympathy, "the evidence is irrefutable. You have conspired with the dark forces of the Shadowlands. The penalty for such treachery is death, but in light of your previous service, the Council has decided on exile." Alaun's heart raced, but her voice remained steady. "You are making a grave mistake, Lord Varian. I have only ever acted in Avaloria's best interests," but her words fell on deaf ears. As the guards moved to seize her, Alaun caught a glimpse of a hooded figure in the shadows, its eyes gleaming with malevolent triumph. In that moment, she knew the truth: she had been betrayed, and Avaloria was in graver danger than anyone realized. The journey to the Shadowlands was a blur of icy winds and treacherous mountain passes. Stripped of her royal garments and magical artifacts, Alaun was left at the border with nothing but the clothes on her back and an iron determination to uncover the truth and save her kingdom. The Shadowlands lived up to their name. An eternal twilight shrouded the twisted landscape, where gnarled trees reached out with clawing branches and mist-shrouded bogs bubbled with noxious fumes. Alaun pressed on, her royal training keeping her steps sure, even as exhaustion and hunger gnawed at her. On the 3rd day of her exile, as she attempted to cross a ravine on a rotting log bridge, disaster struck. The wood crumbled beneath her feet, and Alaun found herself plummeting towards the jagged rocks below. She closed her eyes, bracing for impact, when a strong hand grasped her wrist. "Hold on, Your Majesty," a gruff voice called out. Alaun looked up to see a man, his face half hidden by a scraggly beard, straining to pull her to safety. With a final heave, he dragged her onto solid ground, both of them collapsing in exhaustion. "Thank you," Alaun gasped, studying her savior. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with eyes that held both weariness and a glimmer of mischief. A long scar ran down one side of his face, disappearing into his beard. "Malachi," he introduced himself with a mock bow. Mercenary, scoundrel, and apparently savior of exiled queens. Despite herself, Alaun felt a smile tugging at her lips. "And what brings a mercenary to these forsaken lands?" Malachi's expression darkened. "Let's just say I have my own demons to outrun. But tell me, Your Majesty, what crime could the beloved protector of the realm have committed to end up here?" As they made camp that night, Alaun shared her tale. Malachi listened intently, his brow furrowing as she described the shadowy figure she'd glimpsed in the council chambers. "Sounds like you've got a proper conspiracy on your hands," he mused, stoking the meager fire. "But why help you? What's in it for me?" Alaun met his gaze steadily. "The satisfaction of doing the right thing? And if that's not enough, I promise you a royal pardon for whatever sins led you here, plus a chest of gold upon our return." Malachi laughed, a rich, warm sound that seemed to push back the shadows. "Well, when you put it like that, how can I refuse? But first, we need to figure out how to prove your innocence." As if in answer, a cool breeze swept through their camp, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to come from the very earth itself. "Seek the crystal of truth," it murmured. In the heart of the forgotten city, where light and shadow dance eternally, Alaun and Malachi exchanged startled glances. "Well," Malachi said with a grin, "I guess we have our heading." The journey to the forgotten city was fraught with peril. They battled shadow wraiths that sought to drain their life force, navigated treacherous swamps where every step could lead to a watery grave, and outsmarted cunning forest spirits who spoke in maddening riddles. Through it all, Ilawan and Malachi grew closer. She learned of his past as a soldier, of the betrayal that had led him to turn his back on his homeland. In turn, she shared stories of her childhood, of the weight of the crown she had borne since her 16th year. As they neared the forgotten city, the landscape began to shift. The oppressive darkness gave way to a surreal twilight, where shafts of golden light pierced through gaps in the perpetual gloom. Ancient ruins rose from the mist, their crumbling stone facades etched with symbols of a long-lost civilization. At the city's heart, they found a vast plaza dominated by a towering obelisk. Its surface seemed to shift and flow, one moment obsidian black, the next gleaming like polished diamond. The crystal of truth, Ilawan breathed, approaching the obelisk with reverence. But before they could reach it, a chilling laugh echoed across the plaza. From the shadows emerged a figure Ilawan recognized all too well, the hooded betrayer from the council chambers. "Well done, your majesty," the figure sneered, lowering its hood to reveal Lord Varian's smirking face. "You've led us right to the very artifact that will secure our power over Avaloria." A dozen shadow warriors materialized around him, their weapons trained on Ilawan and Malachi. "Us?" Ilawan demanded, her hand instinctively reaching for a sword that was no longer there. Varian's smirk widened. "Oh yes, did you think I acted alone? The dark forces you were accused of consorting with, they've been pulling the strings all along. And now, with the crystal of truth, we'll be able to bend reality itself to our will." As Varian monologued, Malachi caught Ilawan's eye, giving her a subtle nod. In a flash, he hurled a handful of dirt into the eyes of the nearest shadow warriors, while Ilawan ducked and rolled, snatching up a fallen sword. The plaza erupted into chaos. Malachi fought like a whirlwind, his years of combat experience evident in every move. Ilawan's royal training served her well as she parried and struck, slowly making her way towards the obelisk. Just as her fingers brushed its surface, a bolt of dark energy struck her, sending her sprawling. Varian loomed over her, his hands crackling with malevolent power. "It's over, Ilawan," he snarled. "Avaloria is ours," but Ilawan wasn't finished. With the last of her strength, she lunged forward, pressing her palm flat against the obelisk. "Crystal of truth," she cried out, "reveal all." A blinding light erupted from the crystal, engulfing the entire plaza. When it faded, Ilawan found herself standing in a spectral version of the Celestial Palace's throne room. Ghostly figures played out scenes from the past months, Varian conspiring with shadowy entities, planting evidence against her, manipulating the council. As suddenly as it had appeared, the vision vanished. Ilawan blinked, finding herself back in the Forgotten City. Varian lay unconscious at her feet. The shadow warriors had vanished, and Malachi was staring at her in awe. "Well," he said with a low whistle, "I guess that takes care of the proof we needed." The journey back to Avaloria was swift, aided by ancient magic unleashed by the Crystal of Truth. They arrived to find the kingdom in turmoil, with Varian's co-conspirators attempting to seize control. But the truth could not be denied. With the evidence provided by the crystal and Malachi's testimony, Ilawan's name was cleared. The traitors were rooted, and the queen was restored to her rightful place on the throne. As the dust settled and reconstruction began, Ilawan found Malachi preparing to leave the palace. "You're not staying?" she asked, unable to keep the disappointment from her voice. Malachi smiled, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "A royal pardon is all well and good, your majesty, but I'm not cut out for court life. There are other wrongs to right, other adventures to be had." Ilawan nodded, understanding all too well the call of duty. "Then take this," she said, pressing a royal seal into his hand. "If ever you need aid or simply wish to return, you'll be welcome in Avaloria." As Malachi rode off into the sunset, Ilawan turned back to her throne room. The crown felt heavier than ever, but she wore it with renewed purpose. She had seen the darkness that threatened her realm, and she would stand as a bulwark against it, for she was Ilawan, protector of the realm, and her greatest adventure was just beginning. Story 3. In the ancient kingdom of Ethoria, where magic flowed like rivers and secrets lurked in every shadow, young Prince Aldrich stood at the precipice of destiny. The grand halls of Castle Luminara, once filled with laughter and light, now echoed with an eerie silence that sent shivers down his spine. As the first rays of dawn crept through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the marble floor, Aldrich's heart raced. Something was terribly wrong. The air itself seemed to thicken with an oppressive force, and the very stones of the castle walls whispered warnings. With trembling hands, he pushed open the massive oak doors to the throne room. The sight that greeted him would be forever etched in his memory. There, upon the golden throne, sat his father, King Cedric the Wise. But the king's eyes, once warm and full of wisdom, now gleamed with an unnatural purple light. "Father?" Aldrich's voice quavered. The king's head snapped towards him, movements jerky and unnatural. "Ah, my son," he spoke, but the words were hollow, as if another voice lurked beneath. "Come, embrace your destiny." As the king rose, dark tendrils of shadow coiled around his form. Aldrich stumbled backward, his hand instinctively grasping the hilt of his sword. In that moment, a flicker of his true father shone through the king's eyes, a look of desperation and fear. "Run, Aldrich," the king's true voice broke through. "He comes." The air crackled with dark energy as a figure materialized beside the throne. Wrapped in robes of midnight and shadow, the sorcerer Malachar grinned wickedly. "Too late, little prince," he hissed. "Your father is mine, and soon all of Ethoria will follow." Aldrich's world shattered. In a heartbeat, he turned and fled, the sorcerer's cackling laughter echoing through the halls. Guards, their eyes glazed with the same purple light, pursued him through the twisting corridors of Castle Luminara. As he raced towards the stables, a firm hand grasped his arm, pulling him into a hidden alcove. Aldrich found himself face to face with Elara, the castle's head mage. Her silver hair shimmered in the dim light, and her eyes burned with urgency. "My prince," she whispered, pressing a small object into his palm. "Take this and flee. It is the key to saving us all." Aldrich looked down to see an ancient amulet, its surface etched with runes that seemed to shift and dance. "But I can't leave. You must," Elara insisted. "Ride for the Whispering Forest. Seek out the Sword of Light. It is our only hope against Malachar's dark magic." With a heavy heart, Aldrich nodded. Elara murmured an incantation, and suddenly, the world around them blurred. When it refocused, Aldrich found himself in the royal stables, his trusted steed Stormwind already saddled. "Go, my prince," Elara's voice echoed in his mind. "The fate of Ethoria rests in your hands." As the castle gates crashed open behind him, Aldrich spurred Stormwind into a gallop. They thundered across the drawbridge and into the misty dawn, leaving behind everything he had ever known. For days, Aldrich rode through sun-dappled meadows and over rolling hills, the amulet a constant weight against his chest. As the terrain grew wilder, he knew he was nearing the fabled Whispering Forest. Tales spoke of its ancient magic, of trees that spoke in riddles and paths that shifted like sand. On the seventh day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Aldrich found himself at the forest's edge. The trees loomed before him, their gnarled branches reaching out like grasping fingers. A cool mist swirled around their roots, and the air hummed with an otherworldly energy. Taking a deep breath, Aldrich dismounted and led Stormwind into the shadowy depths of the forest. Almost immediately, the world around him transformed. Bioluminescent fungi cast an ethereal glow, while wisps of light danced between the trees. The very air seemed alive with whispers and secrets. As night fell, Aldrich made camp in a small clearing. The amulet pulsed warmly against his skin, as if sensing the forest's magic. As he drifted off to sleep, visions of his father and the kingdom in peril haunted his dreams. A rustling in the underbrush jolted Aldrich awake. He leapt to his feet, sword in hand, as a lithe figure emerged from the shadows. An elf stood before him, her silver hair gleaming in the moonlight, bow drawn and aimed at his heart. "Who dares trespass in the realm of the Whispering Forest?" she demanded, her voice as melodious as it was fierce. Aldrich lowered his sword slowly. "I am Prince Aldrich of Ethoria," he said, his voice hoarse. "I seek the Sword of Light to save my kingdom from a great evil." The elf's eyes narrowed, then widened as they fell upon the amulet around his neck. She lowered her bow. I am Lyria, once guardian of these woods. That amulet. It bears the mark of the ancient pact between elves and men. As Lyria approached, her graceful movements belied a deep weariness. I was exiled from my people, she explained, for daring to warn them of the darkness that now plagues your lands. Perhaps fate has brought us together, young prince, over the crackling fire. Eldric shared his tale. Lyria listened intently, her ageless eyes filled with concern. The Sword of Light is no mere legend, she said at last, but the path to it is fraught with danger. We will need help. At dawn, they set out deeper into the forest. The trees seemed to part before them, guiding their way. As they traveled, Lyria spoke of the forest's history, of the ancient magics that protected it, and of the growing shadow that threatened to consume all. On the third day of their journey, they came upon a clearing where a massive oak tree stood. Its trunk was easily the width of a small house, its branches reaching towards the heavens. At its base, surrounded by smoldering embers and half-finished metalwork, sat a dwarf. His beard was singed, his face smudged with soot, but his eyes sparkled with intelligence and barely contained energy. He looked up as they approached, his hammer pausing mid-swing. Well, he chuckled, his voice as rough as gravel. An exiled elf and a lost prince. What brings such esteemed company to old Grimrock's forge? Eldric stepped forward, explaining their quest. As he spoke, Grimrock's eyes never left the amulet. When Eldric finished, the dwarf stroked his beard thoughtfully. The Sword of Light, I know of it. In fact, I helped forge the blasted thing centuries ago. He grinned at their shocked expressions. What? You think dwarves don't live long? Whereas enduring as the mountains themselves. Grimrock agreed to join their quest, his knowledge of the sword invaluable. As they prepared to leave, he presented Eldric with a finely crafted shield. Mithril and elderwood, he explained, light as a feather, strong as dragon scales. You'll need it where we're going. The unlikely trio set out, delving deeper into the heart of the Whispering Forest. They faced trials that tested their resolve, riddles posed by ancient tree spirits, treacherous bogs that sought to drag them into their depths, and shadowy creatures that stalked them in the night. Through it all, they grew closer. Lyria's keen senses and mastery of forest lore kept them on track. Grimrock's strength and craftsmanship saw them through many a tight spot, and Eldric, driven by the thought of his enslaved father and kingdom, never lost hope. At last, they reached the Grove of Echoes, a place where reality itself seemed to blur. In the center stood a shimmering portal, its surface rippling like water. The Sword of Light lies beyond, Lyria whispered, but only one may pass through. Eldric stepped forward, but Grimrock held him back. Wait, lad, there's something you should know. The dwarf's eyes were grave. The sword, it comes with a price. Whoever wields it must be prepared to sacrifice everything. Eldric's hand went to the amulet, feeling its warmth. He thought of his father, of Alara's sacrifice of the kingdom that depended on him. I'm ready, he said firmly. As Eldric approached the portal, Lyria pressed a small vial into his hand. Essence of moonflower, she explained. It will shield your mind from dark magic, but only for a moment. Use it wisely. With a deep breath, Eldric stepped through the portal. The world twisted and warped around him, and suddenly he found himself in a vast cavern. Before him, suspended in a beam of pure light, floated the Sword of Light. Its blade seemed to be forged from sunlight itself, its hilt adorned with gems that held galaxies within. As Eldric reached for the sword, a familiar voice stopped him cold. My son. He turned to see his father, King Cedric, standing before him, but something was wrong. The king's eyes still held that eerie purple glow. Father, Eldric's voice broke. Join me, my son, the king said, his voice a twisted version of the one Eldric remembered. Together, we can rule Ethoria. Why fight against the inevitable? Eldric's hand went to the vial Lyria had given him. In that moment, he understood. This was the price to face his greatest fear, his deepest desire. With trembling hands, he uncorked the vial and drank its contents. The world seemed to shatter around him, the illusion of his father melting away to reveal Malachar, the dark sorcerer, Clever boy, Malachar snarled. But it matters not. The sword is mine. As the sorcerer lunged for the weapon, Aldrich moved on instinct. He grasped the sword of light, and power surged through him. Light exploded outward, banishing the darkness. When Aldrich's vision cleared, he found himself back in the Grove of Echoes. Lyria and Grimrock rushed to his side, their eyes wide with wonder at the sword he now held. But there was no time to celebrate. The amulet around Aldrich's neck pulsed urgent. "We must return to Ethoria," he said. The final battle awaits. As they raced back through the whispering forest, Aldrich's mind was filled with visions of the challenges to come. But with the sword of light in his hand and his newfound friends by his side, he knew that hope still burned bright. The fate of Ethoria hung in the balance, and Prince Aldrich, once lost and alone, now stood ready to face his destiny. The whispers of shadows would soon give way to the triumphant roar of light, and a new chapter in the history of the realm was about to be written. Story 4. In the misty realm of Avalon, where ancient magic slumbered beneath rolling hills and whispered through enchanted forests, a legend stirred. The air crackled with anticipation, as if the very land itself held its breath. For on this day, after centuries of slumber, King Arthur Pendragon had returned. The news spread like wildfire across the fragmented kingdoms of Britannia. From the snow-capped peaks of Caledonia to the sun-drenched shores of Cornubia, people spoke in hushed, reverent tones of the once and future king's resurrection. Hope, long dormant, blossomed in the hearts of the downtrodden. In the grand hall of Camelot, now a shadow of its former glory, Arthur stood before the assembled nobles and knights. His golden hair shone like a crown, his bearing regal despite the centuries that had passed. Excalibur, the legendary sword, gleamed at his side, its edge as keen as the day it was forged in Dragon's breath. "My people," Arthur's voice rang out, clear and strong. "I have returned in your hour of need. A darkness gathers at our borders, threatening to extinguish the light of Britannia forever. Will you stand with me once more to forge a kingdom of justice and peace?" The hall erupted in cheers, oaths of fealty sworn with tears of joy. But in the shadowed corners of the room, a pair of emerald eyes watched the proceedings with growing unease. Guinevere, youngest scion of the once great house of Lancelot, felt her heart race. Since childhood, she had trained in secret, honing her skills with sword and bow, preparing for the day she would restore her family's honor. Now, with Arthur's return, everything had changed. As the gathered crowd dispersed, buzzing with excitement, Gwen slipped away. Her feet carried her through familiar corridors until she reached a nondescript wooden door. With a furtive glance over her shoulder, she entered. The chamber beyond was cluttered with arcane instruments, dusty tomes, and bubbling alchemical concoctions. At its center, hunched over a workbench, sat an old man with a long white beard. Merlin, Gwen called softly. The ancient wizard turned, his rheumy eyes struggling to focus. "Ah, young Guinevere, what news do you bring? My ears aren't what they used to be, you know." Gwen approached, her voice urgent. "He's returned, Merlin." "Arthur is back." For a moment, a spark of the old Merlin shone in the wizard's eyes. Then it faded, replaced by confusion. "Arthur? But that's not possible. He sleeps in Avalon, waiting for Britain's darkest hour." "That's just it," Gwen pressed. "He claims that hour is now, a great darkness threatening to destroy us all. But Merlin, something feels wrong. The Arthur I saw, he's not quite as the stories described him." Merlin's brow furrowed, his gnarled hands trembling as he reached for a crystal sphere on his desk. "Show me," he muttered, peering into its depths. As Gwen watched, the sphere filled with swirling mist. Shapes formed and dissolved Arthur leading an army, conquering neighboring kingdoms, a crown of shadow upon his brow. "By the old gods," Merlin whispered, his face ashen, "this is not our Arthur. Something dark and terrible has taken his form. We must stop him before it's too late." And so began a perilous quest. Gwen, armed with her family's ancestral sword and Merlin's fading magical guidance, set out to uncover the truth behind Arthur's return and save Britannia from an impostor king. Their journey took them to the far corners of the realm. In the Whispering Woods, they sought counsel from the enigmatic Lady of the Lake, her form shimmering like moonlight on water. She spoke of ancient prophecies and the delicate balance between light and shadow. "Beware," she cautioned, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves, "for not all that glitters is gold, and the brightest light often casts the darkest shadow in the caverns of memory, deep beneath the misty mountain." They faced trials that tested not just their strength and wit, but the very essence of who they were. Gwen confronted shades of her ancestors, their judgmental gazes weighing heavily upon her. "You are no true heir of Lancelot," they hissed. "A girl playing at knighthood, unworthy of the legacy you claim." But Gwen stood tall, her voice unwavering. "I am more than my bloodline. I am the sum of my choices, my actions, my heart, and I choose to fight for what's right, no matter the cost." As they emerged from the caverns, Merlin's eyes shone with pride. "You've grown, my dear, not just in skill, but in spirit. You may yet be the hero Britannia needs." Their quest led them to the Isle of Apples, Avalon itself, shrouded in eternal mist. Here, in a crystal cave that pulsed with ancient magic, they found the true Arthur, still locked in enchanted slumber. "How do we wake him?" Gwen asked, her voice hushed with awe. Merlin shook his head, his expression grave. "We cannot. Not yet. The time is not right. But now we know the truth. The Arthur in Camelot is an impostor, a creature of shadow sent to lead Britannia to ruin." As they prepared to leave, a booming voice echoed through the cave. "Who dares disturb the rest of the once and future king?" Before them materialized a figure of legend, Sir Galahad, purest of Arthur's knights, guardian of his eternal sleep. Gwen stepped forward, her chin held high. "I am Guinevere, descendant of Lancelot. We come seeking the truth about Arthur's return." Galahad's ethereal form studied her intently. "Oh, I see the fire of your ancestor in your eyes, but also something more, a purity of purpose." He lacked. "Speak, child of Lancelot. What truth do you seek?" And so Gwen and Merlin shared their tale of Arthur's supposed return, of the darkness gathering, of their suspicions and fears. Galahad listened gravely. When they finished, he nodded slowly. "Your instincts serve you well. The Arthur who sits upon Camelot's throne is not our king, but a creation of ancient and terrible magic. He must be stopped, lest all of Britannia fall into shadow." "But how?" Gwen asked, her hand unconsciously gripping her sword hilt. "He wields Excalibur, commands the loyalty of the realm. We are but two against an army." Galahad's form shimmered, and suddenly in his hands appeared a shield of purest silver, etched with runes of power. "Take this, the shield of truth. Its light will reveal all illusions, pierce all deceptions. But be warned, the path ahead is fraught with danger. The false Arthur will not relinquish his power easily." Armed with new knowledge and the shield of truth, Gwen and Merlin raced back to Camelot. They arrived to find the city in turmoil. The false Arthur had declared war on all neighboring kingdoms, his armies poised to march at dawn. In the throne room, they confronted the impostor king. Gwen raised the shield of truth, its surface blazing with silver fire. The light washed over Arthur, and his form flickered, revealing glimpses of his true nature, a creature of shadow and malice. "Treachery!" The false Arthur roared, drawing Excalibur. "Guards, seize them!" What followed was a battle that would be sung of for generations. Gwen, her skills honed by months of questing, moved like lightning, her blade a blur of steel. Merlin, drawing upon reserves of power long dormant, unleashed spells that shook the very foundations of the castle. But it was the shield of truth that turned the tide. As its light touched the gathered knights and nobles, the glamour cast over them faded. They saw the false Arthur for what he truly was, and turned against him. Cornered, the creature that had worn Arthur's face snarled in defiance. "You think you've won? Fools! I am but a harbinger of what's to come. The true darkness approaches, and when it arrives, your precious Britannia will fall." With a final, terrible shriek, the false Arthur dissolved into shadow, leaving behind only a tarnished crown and a twisted mockery of Excalibur. In the aftermath, as dawn broke over Camelot, Gwen stood before the gathered people. Her armor was battered, her face streaked with dirt and blood, but her eyes shone with an inner light. "People of Britannia," she called out, her voice carrying across the silent courtyard, "we have been deceived, but not defeated. the true Arthur still sleeps, waiting for the hour of Britannia's greatest need. Until the day comes, we must stand united against the darkness that threatens our lands. A cheer went up from the crowd, swords raised in salute. Merlin, leaning heavily on his staff, smiled proudly at his protege. As the sun rose higher, bathing Camelot in golden light, Gwen felt the weight of destiny settling upon her shoulders. The quest to save Britannia had only just begun, but for the first time in centuries, hope bloomed anew in the heart of the realm. For Guinevere, last scion of Lancelot and newly christened protector of the realm, the greatest adventure of all lay ahead. And somewhere, in the mists of Avalon, the true once and future king slumbered on, waiting for the day when Britannia would need him most. Story 5. In the heart of the Ironhold Mountains, where ancient stone fingers clawed at the sky and rivers of molten rock flowed like veins of the earth, a lone dwarf stood before his forge. Grimlock, master craftsman of the Deep Forge clan, wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes gleaming with a mix of pride and trepidation. Before him, cooling on an anvil of star metal, lay his greatest creation, the Crown of Elements. The crown pulsed with barely contained power, its surface shimmering with the essence of fire, water, earth, and air. Runes of binding glowed along its circumference, holding the primal forces in delicate balance. Grimlock knew that in the wrong hands, this artifact could reshape or destroy the very fabric of the world. As he reached out to lift the crown, a tremor shook the mountain. Dust and small stones rained down from the cavern ceiling. Grimlock's heart raced. He knew this was no natural quake. "They're here," he muttered, his voice gruff with worry. With practiced efficiency, he wrapped the crown in enchanted cloth and secured it in a mithril-bound chest. Just as he fastened the final lock, the massive iron doors of his workshop exploded inward. Through the smoke and debris strode a figure that seemed to be composed of living shadow. The Lord of Shadows, most feared of the dark powers that plagued the realm, fixed his gaze upon Grimlock. Master Dwarf, the Shadow Lord's voice was like the whisper of a dying wind. "Your little trinket has caused quite a stir. Hand it over, and I may yet spare your miserable life." Grimlock stood his ground, hefting his mighty warhammer. "You'll not have it, creature of darkness." The Crown of Elements was forged for the Council of Sages, not for the likes of you. What followed was a battle that would be sung of in dwarven halls for generations to come. Grimlock's hammer, imbued with the very essence of the mountain, clashed against the Shadow Lord's dark magic. The workshop became a maelstrom of flying tools, shattering crystals, and bursts of elemental energy. But even the mightiest dwarf cannot stand alone against a Lord of Darkness. As Grimlock felt his strength waning, he made a desperate gambit. With a roar that shook the very foundations of the mountain, he brought his hammer down upon the stone floor with all his might. The cavern collapsed around them. The Shadow Lord, caught off guard, was buried beneath tons of rock and metal. Grimlock, battered but alive, clutched the chest containing the crown and fled through a secret passage known only to the Deep Forge clan. For days, Grimlock traveled through hidden tunnels and treacherous mountain passes. He knew the Shadow Lord would not be deterred for long. The crown had to reach the Council of Sages in the Crystalline City, far to the east. As he emerged from the mountains into the verdant plains beyond, Grimlock realized he was being followed. A lithe figure moved through the tall grass with preternatural grace, keeping pace with him despite his head start. Grimlock hefted his hammer, preparing for another fight. But to his surprise, the figure that emerged was not a servant of darkness, but an elven woman with hair like spun silver and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. "Peace, Master Dwarf," she said, her voice melodious yet tinged with urgency. "I am Whisper, agent of the Twilight Court. I've been sent to ensure the crown reaches its destination." Grimlock eyed her suspiciously. "And why should I trust you, elf? Your kind has no love for the dwarves." Whisper's expression softened. "Because, Grimlock of the Deep Forge clan, we face a threat that cares nothing for the old rivalries between our peoples. The Shadow Lord seeks not just the crown, but the annihilation of all that is good and true in this world. Despite his misgivings, Grimlock sensed the truth in her words. And so, An unlikely alliance was formed. Dwarf and elf, bound by a common purpose, set out across the vast expanse of the realm. Their journey was fraught with peril. In the Whispering Woods, they battled twisted trents corrupted by the Shadow Lord's influence. Crossing the sundered plains, they outwitted a clan of hobgoblin raiders, using Whisper's illusion magic to turn the creatures against each other. As they traveled, Grimlock found himself warming to his elven companion. Whisper's quick wit and deadly skill with a bow complemented his own strength and craftsmanship. They shared stories of their peoples, finding more common ground than either had expected. But the Shadow Lord was never far behind. His agents harried them at every turn, packs of shadow wolves with eyes of flame, dark winged harpies that blackened the sky with their numbers. It was during one such attack, as they sheltered in the ruins of an ancient temple, that Whisper revealed the true nature of her mission. The Twilight Court sent me not just to protect the crown, she confessed, her eyes downcast, but to steal it if the opportunity arose. Grimlock's grip tightened on his hammer, but Whisper continued. My people believe that such power should not be concentrated in the hands of the sages alone, that it could be used to restore the balance of nature, to heal the wounds inflicted upon the world by centuries of war and greed. The dwarf's anger warred with his growing respect for Whisper. And now, he asked gruffly, what do you intend to do? Whisper met his gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I don't know. This journey, it's shown me that there's more at stake than just the ambitions of elves or dwarves or men. The Shadow Lord must be stopped, no matter the cost. Their moment of truth came as they approached the shimmering spires of the crystalline city. The Shadow Lord himself materialized before them, his form vast and terrible. Tendrils of darkness writhed around him, blotting out the sun. Fools, his voice boomed across the plain. Did you think you could escape me? Give me the crown, and I may yet allow you to serve me in the world I will create. Grimlock and Whisper exchanged a glance. In that moment, a lifetime of understanding passed between them. Without a word, they moved as one. Whisper loosed a volley of arrows, each shaft blazing with elven light magic. They struck the Shadow Lord's form, momentarily dispelling the darkness around him. In that instant of vulnerability, Grimlock charged forward, his hammer crackling with the power of the earth itself. The battle that ensued was epic in scale, the very elements themselves seeming to take sides. The Shadow Lord's dark magic clashed against Grimlock's dwarven strength and Whisper's elven grace. The plain became a maelstrom of shadow and light, earth and air. In the end, it came down to a single, desperate gambit. Whisper, seeing Grimlock falter, made a decision that would change the course of history. She seized the crown of elements from its chest and placed it upon her own brow. The power that surged through her was beyond imagining. For a moment, Whisper's form blazed like a newborn star. She raised her hands, and the very fabric of reality bent to her will. The Shadow Lord howled in fury and fear as chains of pure elemental energy wrapped around him, binding his essence. With a final, terrible cry, he was banished to a realm beyond space and time. As the light faded, Whisper collapsed. Grimlock rushed to her side, cradling her in his arms. The crown slipped from her head, its power spent. Why? Grimlock asked, his voice choked with emotion. You could have taken the power for yourself, reshaped the world as you saw fit. Whisper smiled weakly, because some things are more important than power. Friendship, trust, the belief that together we can face any darkness. As the sun set behind the spires of the crystalline city, Grimlock and Whisper knew that their journey was far from over. The Shadow Lord was defeated, but not destroyed. The crown of elements, though drained, was still a powerful artifact that needed safeguarding. But they would face these challenges together. Dwarf and elf, bound by a quest that had become something far greater, a friendship that would reshape the very foundations of their world. And so, as they walked towards the shimmering gates of the crystalline city, a new legend was born. A tale of unlikely allies, of sacrifice and redemption, and of the power that comes not from ancient artifacts, but from the bonds forged in the face of adversity. Story 6. In the enchanted realm of Ethoria, where magic flowed like rivers and ancient prophecies whispered on the wind, a curse as old as time itself had cast its dark shadow over the land. For 1,000 years, the people of Shadowmere had lived under a veil of despair, their once vibrant kingdom now a mere echo of its former glory. Fields that once burst with golden wheat now lay barren, and forests once teeming with life stood silent, their trees twisted and gnarled like the fingers of withered crones. It was in this world of fading hope that Elara, a young knight with fierce determination burning in her emerald eyes, discovered a truth that would change the course of history. On the eve of her 20th Namaday, as she knelt before the crumbling statue of Ethoria's last true queen, a blinding light engulfed her. Visions of a forgotten past flooded her mind, revealing her lineage as the last descendant of the royal bloodline, long thought extinct. As the light faded and Elara's senses returned, she found herself face to face with Aldrich, a wizened mage whose silver beard seemed to shimmer with starlight. His eyes, deep pools of ancient wisdom, fixed upon her with a mixture of hope and trepidation. At last, Aldrich breathed, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. The prophecy speaks true. You, Elara of the Whispering Woods, are the one destined to break the curse of Shadowmere. Elara's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of her sword, her mind reeling from the revelation. How can this be? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I am but a simple knight, sworn to protect the weak and uphold justice. Aldrich's lips curved into a gentle smile. You are so much more, child. Within you flows the blood of kings and queens, and the power to restore light to our darkened land. He extended a gnarled hand, revealing an ancient map etched with glowing runes. 3 sacred artifacts, scattered across Ethoria, hold the key to breaking the curse. The Crown of Dawn, the Scepter of Twilight, and the Orb of Midnight. United, they have the power to banish the darkness that plagues our realm. As the weight of her destiny settled upon her shoulders, Elara straightened, her eyes gleaming with resolve. Then I shall find these artifacts and save our people. Where must I begin? Aldrich's expression grew solemn. The journey ahead is perilous, filled with trials that will test not only your strength, but your very soul. You must first seek the Crown of Dawn, hidden within the Caverns of Luminescence, where light and shadow dance in eternal struggle. With a nod of determination, Elara set forth on her quest. The path led her through the twisted Whispering Woods, where the trees seemed to murmur ancient secrets. It was here, in a moonlit clearing, that fate brought her an unlikely ally. Thorn, a roguish figure with a charming smile and quick fingers, attempted to relieve Elara of her coin purse. But as their eyes met, a spark of recognition passed between them. Thorn, seeing the noble spirit that burned within Elara, felt compelled to share his own tale. I've heard whispers of the sacred artifacts, he confessed, his usual bravado tempered by a hint of vulnerability. I sought them once, hoping their power might lift the curse that plagues my family. But the dangers proved too great for me alone. Elara studied him for a moment, sensing the good heart that lay beneath his roguish exterior. Then perhaps it is no coincidence that our paths have crossed. Will you join me on this quest, Thorn? Your skills may prove invaluable. With a roguish grin and a flourish of his cloak, Thorn bowed. My lady, it would be my honor to assist in saving our realm, and perhaps find a bit of redemption along the way. As the unlikely pair journeyed toward the Caverns of Luminescence, they encountered Lyria, an elven warrior exiled from her people. Her silver hair gleamed in the moonlight, and her eyes held the wisdom of centuries. Lyria's own quest for redemption aligned with their cause, and she pledged her vow to their service. Together, the trio faced challenges that tested their resolve and forged their bonds of friendship. They battled shadow wraiths in the mists of deception, solved the riddles of the Sphinx of Ages, and navigated the treacherous floating isles of the Sky Realm. At last, they stood before the entrance to the Caverns of Luminescence. Crystal formations jutted from the ground, pulsing with an inner light that danced and flickered like captured stars. As they ventured deeper into the caverns, the air grew thick with magic, and reality itself seemed to waver. In the heart of the caverns, they found the Crown of Dawn, its golden surface etched with runes of power. But as Elara reached for it, a dark figure materialized before them, the Shadow Lord himself, his form a writhing mass of darkness that seemed to devour the light around him. Foolish mortals, his voice boomed, shaking the very foundations of the cavern. You dare to challenge the might of eternal darkness? Your quest is futile. Shadowmere is mine, and its despair feeds my power. Elara stood tall, her sword gleaming with an inner light. You underestimate the strength of hope, Shadow Lord. We will break your curse and restore light to our land. A fierce battle ensued, with Elara, Thorn, and Lyria fighting as one against the Shadow Lord's relentless assault. Elara's blade clashed against tendrils of darkness, while Thorn's daggers danced through the air, finding chinks in the Shadow Lord's defenses. Lyria's arrows, imbued with elven magic, pierced the darkness like shafts of pure light. As the battle raged, Elara realized that the true power to defeat the Shadow Lord lay not in force of arms, but in the bonds of friendship and trust they had forged. With a rallying cry, she called upon her companions to join hands. Their united spirits created a beacon of light that pushed back the darkness, allowing Elara to claim the crown of dawn. The Shadow Lord recoiled, his form wavering. "This is but a temporary setback," he snarled. "The curse runs deeper than you know. Even with the crown, you cannot hope to undo 1,000 years of darkness." As he vanished in a swirl of shadows, Elara placed the crown upon her brow. Instantly, she felt its power course through her, illuminating the cavern with a radiance that banished every shadow. "We have won a great victory," Elara declared, her voice ringing with newfound authority. "But our quest is far from over. We must find the Scepter of Twilight and the Orb of Midnight if we are to truly break the curse." As they emerged from the caverns of luminescence, they found the land already changing. Where once there was only desolation, small patches of green had begun to appear. Hope, long dormant, stirred in the hearts of Shadowmere's people. Their journey took them to the far corners of Ethoria. In the Celestial Library, suspended among the clouds, they uncovered ancient texts that spoke of the Scepter of Twilight's location. Deep within the Abyssal Trench, they faced Leviathans and sea witches to claim the Orb of Midnight. With each artifact recovered, Elara's power grew, as did the Shadow Lord's desperation. His minions hounded their every step, and whispers of doubt sought to undermine their resolve. But through it all, the bonds between Elara, Thorn, and Lyria only strengthened. At last, they stood before the Gates of Dawn, an ancient structure said to be the nexus of Ethoria's magic. Here, Elara would make her final stand against the Shadow Lord, an attempt to break the curse of Shadowmere once and for all. As they prepared for the climactic battle, Elara turned to her companions. "Whatever happens, know that you have shown me the true meaning of loyalty and friendship. It is not by my hand alone that Shadowmere will be saved, but by the strength we have found in each other." Thorn grinned, whirling his daggers. "Well, someone has to keep you nobles from getting too full of yourselves." "Might as well be me." Lyria nodded solemnly, a rare smile gracing her lips. "Our paths were meant to cross, Elara. Together, we will write a new chapter in Ethoria's history." As the gates of dawn creaked open, darkness poured forth, coalescing into the terrifying form of the Shadow Lord. But this time, Elara and her companions were ready. With the crown of dawn upon her brow, the Scepter of Twilight in one hand, and the Orb of Midnight in the other, Elara channeled the combined power of the artifacts. Light and shadow swirled around them as Elara faced the Shadow Lord. "Your reign of darkness ends now," she declared. "Shadowmere will be free." The battle that followed was etched into legend, a clash of light and darkness that shook the very foundations of Ethoria. Elara's companions fought valiantly, keeping the Shadow Lord's minions at bay while she confronted the dark entity itself. In the end, it was not merely the power of the artifacts that turned the tide, but the unwavering spirit of Elara and her friends. Their bond, forged through trials and strengthened by shared purpose, created a light that even the deepest darkness could not extinguish. With a final, blinding flash, the curse of Shadowmere shattered. The Shadow Lord's form dissipated like mist before the morning sun, and a wave of renewal swept across the land. Withered trees burst into bloom, barren fields sprouted with new life, and the skies cleared of their perpetual gloom. As the people of Shadowmere emerged from their homes, blinking in the sunlight many had never seen, Elara stood tall, flanked by Thorn and Lyria. The crown of dawn shimmered upon her brow, no longer just a magical artifact, but a symbol of hope and renewal. The darkness has been banished, Elara proclaimed, her voice carrying across the reborn land. But our work is not done. Together, we will rebuild Shadowmere and create a kingdom where light and shadow exist in harmony, where hope flourishes, and where the bonds of friendship and loyalty are stronger than any curse. And so began a new era for Shadowmere and all of Ethoria. Under the reign of Queen Elara the Lightbringer, with Thorn as her trusted advisor and Lyria as captain of the Royal Guard, the kingdom flourished. Their tale became a beloved legend, passed down through generations, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope and the power of true friendship could overcome any evil. Story 7. In the mystical realm of Avalon, where ancient magic pulls through every stone and whispered in every breeze, an ominous silence fell over the land. The legendary King Arthur, beacon of hope and justice, had vanished without a trace. The golden towers of Camelot, once gleaming with promise, now cast long shadows over a kingdom teetering on the brink of chaos. Prince Gawain, heir to the throne, and known throughout the land for his impetuous nature, stood atop the highest tower of Camelot, his emerald cloak billowing in the wind. His piercing blue eyes scanned the horizon, searching for any sign of his father's return. But as the blood-red sun dipped below the misty hills, Gawain's heart sank with the realization that he alone must now bear the weight of the crown. As night fell, Prince descended to the Round Table chamber, where the kingdom's most trusted advisors awaited. Among them stood Merlin, the enigmatic druid whose eyes held the wisdom of ages, and Isolde, a fierce warrior from the Northern Isles, her wild red hair a stark contrast to her stoic demeanor. Merlin's voice, deep and resonant, broke the tense silence. My prince, the time has come for you to prove your worth. A great darkness gathers at the edges of our realm, and without King Arthur to lead us, Avalon may fall. Gawain's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword, Galahad's fury. Then we must find my father, he declared, his voice echoing through the chamber. I will not let Avalon fall while there is breath in my body. Isolde stepped forward, her piercing gaze meeting Gawain's. Words are wind, young prince. It is action that defines a true leader. Are you prepared for the trials that lie ahead? A flicker of doubt crossed Gawain's face, but he quickly steeled himself. I am. What must I do? Merlin raised his gnarled staff, and the air shimmered with arcane energy. Your father's disappearance is no mere happenstance. The veil between worlds has thinned, and King Arthur has been drawn beyond its bounds. To find him, you must journey to the lands that lie beyond reality itself. With a wave of his staff, Merlin conjured a shimmering portal in the center of the chamber. Through its swirling mists, Gawain caught glimpses of fantastic landscapes and terrifying creatures. Through this portal lies your destiny, Prince Gawain, Merlin in tone. But beware, for the path ahead is fraught with danger. You will face not only external threats, but the shadows that lurk within your own heart. Gawain squared his shoulders, determination etched on his face. I am ready, but I cannot do this alone. Merlin Isolde, will you accompany me on this quest? The druid and the warrior exchanged a glance before nodding their assent. Together, the unlikely trio stepped through the portal, leaving the familiar world of Avalon behind. They emerged in a realm of perpetual twilight, where reality seemed to bend and warp around them. Towering trees with luminescent bark stretched towards a star-studded sky, their branches intertwining to form ethereal archways. In the distance, mountains floated impossibly in midair, their peaks wreathed in gossamer clouds. As they ventured deeper into this otherworldly landscape, they encountered beings of myth and legend. A majestic unicorn, its coat shimmering like moonlight on water, bowed its head to Gawain, offering guidance through a treacherous forest of living shadows. Later, they narrowly escaped the clutches of a chimera, its three heads spewing fire, poison, and ice in equal measure. Their journey led them to the Court of the Fae, a grand palace spun from starlight and dreams. Here, amidst a gathering of ethereal beings, they learned of a dire prophecy. The elemental lords, ancient beings of immense power, had awakened from their millennial slumber. It was they who had spirited away King Arthur, seeing in him a threat to their plans of reshaping both the mortal and Fae realms in their image. The Fairy Queen, her voice like the chiming of crystal bells, addressed Gawain. "Young prince, your father's fate is intertwined with that of all realms. To save him, you must gather the 4 elemental stones and use their power to bind the lords once more. But be warned, for each stone you claim will awaken a darkness within you, a reflection of the very power you seek to control." Gawain felt the weight of this revelation settle upon his shoulders. He turned to his companions, seeking their counsel. Merlin's eyes gleamed with a mixture of pride and concern, while Isolde's hand rested reassuringly on the hilt of her sword. "We stand with you, my prince," Merlin said softly, "but the choice to continue must be yours alone." Taking a deep breath, Gawain nodded. "For my father, for Avalon, and for all the realms, I will see this through to the end." Their quest to gather the elemental stones took them to the far corners of this mystical dimension. They braved the inferno peaks to claim the Stone of Fire, its heat searing Gawain's palm and igniting a fierce temper within him. In the abyssal trench, they recovered the Stone of Water, its cool touch soothing Gawain's burns, but awakening a deep melancholy in his heart. The Stone of Earth was hidden in the heart of a labyrinth that shifted and changed with each step. As Gawain claimed it, he felt his resolve harden, but also a growing stubbornness that threatened to blind him to reason. Finally, atop the Spire of Winds, they found the Stone of Air, its touch filling Gawain with exhilaration, but also a dangerous impulsiveness. With each stone claimed, Gawain felt the internal struggle intensify. The power at his fingertips was intoxicating, and more than once, Merlin and Isolde had to pull him back from the brink of being consumed by it. Their final confrontation with the elemental lords took place in a vast chamber that seemed to exist outside of time and space. Here, they found King Arthur, suspended in a crystal prison, his face etched with lines of worry, even in his magical slumber. The lords, beings of pure elemental energy, towered over them. Their voices, a cacophony of roaring flames, crashing waves, rumbling earth, and howling winds, filled the chamber. "Foolish mortals," they boomed in unison. "You dare to challenge the very forces of nature? Your realm, all realms, will be remade in our image. A new age of elemental purity shall dawn." Gawain stepped forward, the 4 elemental stones pulsing with power in his grasp. "You underestimate the strength of the mortal spirit," he declared, his voice carrying an authority that surprised even himself. "We may be flawed, but it is our imperfections that make us strong. Our ability to change, to grow, to overcome our own darkness that is true power." As the elemental lords unleashed their fury, Gawain channeled the power of the stones. Fire, water, earth, and air swirled around him in a maelstrom of elemental energy. But even as he fought, he could feel the darkness within him growing, threatening to overwhelm his sense of self. It was then that Merlin's words came back to him. The greatest battles are often fought within our own hearts. In that moment of clarity, Gawain realized the true nature of his quest. It was not just about saving his father or binding the elemental lords. It was about facing his own flaws and weaknesses, accepting them, and choosing to be better. With newfound resolve, Gawain embraced both the light and shadow within himself. The elemental stones responded to this balance, their power magnifying tenfold. In a blinding flash of multicolored light, the elemental lords were bound once more, their essence sealed within the very stones they had sought to control. As the light faded, King Arthur's crystal prison shattered. The legendary king fell to his knees, caught by his son's strong arms. "Gawain," Arthur whispered, his eyes filled with pride, "you have done what I could not. You have faced the darkness and emerged stronger for it." As they prepared to return to Avalon, Gawain turned to Merlin and Isolde, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, my friends. Without your guidance and support, I would have been lost." Merlin smiled, his eyes twinkling. "You had the strength within you all along, young prince. You needed only to discover it for yourself." Isolde clasped Gawain's arm in a warrior's grip. "You have proven yourself worthy of the crown, Gawain. Avalon will flourish under your rule." As they stepped through the portal back to their own realm, Gawain felt a profound change within himself. He was no longer just the impetuous prince, but a leader tempered by trial and self-discovery. The sun rose over Avalon, bathing Camelot in golden light as King Arthur and his son emerged from the Round Table chamber. The people cheered at the sight of their returned king, but their eyes were drawn to Prince Gawain, who stood tall and proud, a new wisdom glinting in his eyes. In the days that followed, as King Arthur prepared to pass the crown to his son, tales of Gawain's epic quest spread throughout the land. But it was the story of his inner journey, of facing and overcoming his own darkness, that truly captured the hearts of Avalon's people. And so began a new chapter in the legend of Avalon, with King Gawain, the wise, leading his people into an age of unprecedented peace and prosperity, forever mindful of the delicate balance between light and shadow that exists in every heart. Story 8. In the heart of the eternal forest, where time itself seemed to flow like sap through ancient boughs, Arya the elven archer crouched motionless upon a gnarled branch. Her emerald eyes, sharp as the arrows in her quiver, scanned the shadowy undergrowth below. The forest was restless, its whispers carrying portents of doom on the evening breeze. As the last rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting an ethereal glow upon the moss-covered ground, Arya's keen ears caught the sound of hurried footsteps. A figure burst into the clearing, chest heaving, eyes wild with fear. It was Alaun, the village elder, her silver hair disheveled and her usually calm demeanor shattered. Arya, Alaun called out, her voice trembling. The stars speak of great peril. The devourer of worlds stirs in its cosmic slumber. In an instant, Arya was on the forest floor, her movements as fluid as water. The devourer? But that's just an old legend, a tale to frighten younglings. Alaun shook her head gravely, producing an ancient scroll from the folds of her robe. As she unrolled it, glowing runes danced across its surface, forming intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change with each passing moment. This prophecy was hidden away for millennia, Alaun explained, her finger tracing the shimmering text. It speaks of a being of unfathomable power, capable of unraveling the very fabric of creation. And now, the signs foretold have begun to manifest. Arya's mind raced as she absorbed the weight of this revelation. The eternal forest, her home for centuries, suddenly felt small and vulnerable in the face of such a cosmic threat. What can be done? Arya asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Alaun's eyes met hers, a glimmer of hope shining through the fear. The prophecy speaks of the keys of destiny, ancient artifacts with the power to seal the devourer away once more. But they were scattered across the realms long ago, hidden and guarded by forces beyond our understanding. Without hesitation, Arya squared her shoulders, decision made. Then I shall find these keys and save our world from annihilation. As dawn broke over the eternal forest, Arya set out on her perilous quest. The first leg of her journey took her through the whispering glades, where the very air seemed alive with secret. It was here that fate brought her first companion. Ragnar, a towering barbarian with arms like tree trunks and eyes that burned with an inner fire, was locked in combat with a monstrous chimera. The beast's lion head roared, its serpent tail lashing out viciously, while its goat head breathed gouts of flame. Without a second thought, Arya nocked an arrow and let it fly. The shaft found its mark in the chimera's eye, giving Ragnar the opening he needed to deliver the killing blow with his massive battle axe. As the beast's lifeless body crashed to the forest floor, Ragnar turned to Arya, a mix of gratitude and curiosity on his rugged face. I am in your debt, forest maiden. I am Ragnar, exiled from my clan for daring to challenge our corrupt chieftain. Arya quickly explained her quest, and Ragnar's eyes lit up with purpose. A noble cause indeed. Allow me to join you. My axe and my life are yours in this fight to save our world. Their next encounter came at the edge of the mist-bound marshes, where reality itself seemed to waver and distort. Here they met Zephyr, a renegade mage whose arcane tattoos glowed with eldritch power. Pursued by the Arcane Inquisition for delving into forbidden magics, Zephyr saw in Arya's quest a chance for redemption. The final member of their unlikely band joined them in the shadow of the Obsidian Peaks. Luna, a shape-shifting thief with quicksilver reflexes and a mischievous glint in her eye, initially attempted to relieve them of their valuables, but upon learning of their mission, she eagerly offered her unique skills to the cause. United by a common purpose, the four heroes faced challenges that tested their resolve and forged unbreakable bonds between them. They navigated the treacherous labyrinth of echoes, where reality folded in on itself and every choice had cosmic consequences. In the celestial archives, suspended in the void between worlds, they deciphered cryptic texts that hinted at the locations of the keys of destiny. Their first great trial came in the caverns of eternal flame, where they sought the Ember Key. Rivers of molten rock flowed through winding tunnels, and fire elementals danced in the scorching air. It was Ragnar's indomitable spirit and resistance to heat that saw them through as he forged a path through the inferno for his companions. Deep beneath the abyssal trench, they faced horrors from the darkest depths to claim the tidal key. Luna's ability to take on aquatic forms proved invaluable, as she scouted ahead through lightless underwater caverns teeming with monstrosities that had never seen the sun. The third key, the Terran Sigil, was hidden within the heart of a sentient mountain. Here, Zephyr's mastery of earth magic allowed them to communicate with the ancient being and prove their worth to receive its treasure. As they claimed each key, Arya felt a growing unease. The power contained within these artifacts was palpable, and she began to wonder if one of her companions might be tempted to use that power for their own ends. Could one of them be an avatar of the very evil they sought to defeat? Their final challenge awaited them in the nexus of realities, a place where the boundaries between worlds were thin. Here, they would use the keys to seal the devourer of worlds and save all of creation. But as they approached the cosmic fulcrum, a terrible revelation awaited them. The devourer was no mere beast or eldritch abomination. It was entropy itself, the inevitable heat-death of the universe given form and terrible purpose. And one among them had been its unwitting herald all along. Zephyr fell to his knees, arcane energies crackling around him uncontrollably. I can feel it within me, he gasped, his eyes wide with horror. All this time, my pursuit of forbidden knowledge. I was opening the way for the devourer. As reality began to warp and tear around them, Arya made a fateful decision. Zephyr, she said, her voice steady despite the chaos erupting around them. You are not defined by the darkness within you, but by how you choose to face it, with Ragnar's strength anchoring him and Luna's quick wit devising a plan. They worked together to channel the power of the keys through Zephyr. Instead of being consumed by the devourer's influence, Zephyr became the conduit through which they could banish it. In a cataclysmic battle that shook the foundations of reality, Arya and her companions faced down the cosmic horror. Arrows of pure starlight flew from her bow, while Ragnar's axe cleaved through shadowy tentacles that threatened to unmake existence. Luna darted between dimensions, sowing confusion in the devourer's vast consciousness. At the center of it all stood Zephyr, the keys of destiny orbiting him like miniature suns. With a primal scream that echoed across realities, he unleashed their combined power. A blinding light engulfed everything, and for a moment that stretched into eternity, the fate of all creation hung in the balance. When the light faded and their vision cleared, they found themselves back in the heart of the eternal forest. The threat had been vanquished, reality preserved, but the experience had changed them all profoundly. Arya looked at her companions, seeing them now not just as allies, but as family forged in the crucible of cosmic peril. We did it, she breathed, a smile breaking across her face. We saved everything. Ragnar laughed, a booming sound full of joy and relief. Aye, that we did. Songs will be sung of this day for generations to come. Luna, for once, was at a loss for words. She simply nodded, tears glistening in her eyes as the weight of their achievements settled upon her. Zephyr, his arcane tattoos now shimmering with a new, benevolent power, spoke softly. Thank you, all of you, for believing in me even when I lost faith in myself. You've shown me that true strength lies not in power, but in the bonds we forge with others. As word of their victory spread, the eternal forest burst into celebration. But for Arya and her companions, the greatest reward was the knowledge that they had not only saved the world, but had found in each other a home and a purpose that transcended the boundaries of their disparate backgrounds. And so, their legend grew, a tale of four unlikely heroes who faced the very embodiment of cosmic destruction and emerged victorious through the power of trust, friendship, and the unyielding belief that even in the darkest of times, hope could light the way to salvation.